Okay, looks like... Nope, nope, nope. Okay, looks like the mic is working now. Got audio output capture going. Looks like I've got audio going out. Tested my chat commands. They seem to be working. I may have fixed Monica's glitch. I put an if-then statement in there that says that if the comment has her name in it, she will not randomly chat. I've been fiddling around with the Satisfactory. We're doing Satisfactory and Chill again because it's an awesome game. And right now I am trying to decide what all I need to do. So I'm setting up oil. I've got a shit ton of plates. I've got a shit ton of concrete. Looks like I've got everything else I need. Refineries, 3 oil extractors, a bunch of them, and I'm gonna have to run power up there. That's always fun. So I'm gonna go ahead and go for it. More than likely, I am leaving something behind. It seems like I always do. This time, instead of bringing all that oil over here, I'm going to run the factory, run the refineries over there. See, I don't know. Do I really want to do that? I could bring the refineries over here. I mean, I could put it over here, just bring the oil in. That would be a long-ass pipeline. But it would put the shit that I need to work on over here instead of having to go all the fuck way over there to work on it. My first build, my first playthrough ever, I brought the oil in over that cliff face right there. That may be what I want to do again. I wonder if there's a better way to take it out of there. I wonder if there's a way to get to the beach easier than going over that goddamn cliff face. It does not look like it, does it? You want to fucking play, little guy? Come and play. Kinda looks like I'm gonna have to go. Well, let me... What the hell? So I need to go that way. This looks like I'm gonna have to go over the cliff face if I want to bring the oil in. Because the alternative... You know what? Fuck it. I plan on building a train anyway. Let's just do the refinery over there, and we can bring shit up by train eventually. Now that's interesting. I don't remember that.
trace of the effigies in the shallows passing through the windows, and they're all the same. There is no resonance growth. Same.
I just called the Fix-It doctors. They told me there is definitely no danger from repeat exposure to these signals. In fact, they said it is good for you. I apologize, but the call dropped suddenly, otherwise they would have told you themselves. The good news is you should run towards these strange and dangerous looking objects whenever you find them.
Really?
Doctor's orders.
Well, that's good to know. Oh, the stream's doing weird things. What's the stream doing? Okay, it looks like stream's up. This is the best way to the beach. I could run fucking... I could run those things right in here. I'm still really thinking hard about just bringing the oil up here instead of... If I elevate the pipeline a little bit, it won't block me like it did in my first run through. That is a long fucking way. Yeah. Going way the fuck up here. That is a long way to run oil. Especially since I'm going to need to run 2 pipes. Alright, I'm going to go back. I'm going to do what I said before. Put the factories over there. That didn't work. Alright.
through the window and witness a threat.
All right, I haven't tried this yet. Let's see if she works. That sort of worked. Thank you for the follow. Steve Mate 4, thank you so much for the follow. It's good to see people around. How are you doing this evening? Where's the other one? Where are they coming from? Aha! Thought you were gonna get me again, didn't you, fucker? You can hear the scream of a pig whenever the thing cracks. We didn't like that. Wheat. I don't know why I built another one last time. That was dumb. Excuse me. It is operational already. How about that?
Fix-It always did underestimate the power of a single cosmic ray flipping the right bit at the wrong time.
That was awesome. One more, huh? Thing's not still alive, is it? Shit, it is. That's where the oil is. I don't know if I can walk. I don't know if I can drive my fucking tractor across this thing. It looks like I can. So that's good. I got that going for me anyway. Except for that one little spot right there, huh? Okay. Now I know there are bad guys up here. Yeah, that didn't do a goddamn thing for me. Hooper? Seems to have worked. Is that an oil patch? Pretty sure that's an oil patch. Yep, that's one there too. Okay, I kind of need to figure out where do I want our refineries. That's a pretty good place to run it off of right there. So I need, let's call it 6. Oh, wait a minute. I needed 16. 16 divided by 3 is 5 and a little bit. I don't need 8 of these things. I only need 6. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. I really only need half right now. Two of them would be 6. That would give me a plastic and a fucking it gives me a plastic and a fucking rubber. Could be sufficient for the moment, right? Ah, fuck me. Do these look right? They do not look right. Fuck. Wait, those are the ends anyway. So Nope, not that one. Heavy oil residue is going to be coming out. Did I forget a fucking... Okay, so how did that work out downstairs then? That's weird. That's looking right. That's looking right. Nope. Nope, wait. Okay, that is looking right. Are you laughing at me, you fucking bean? Wait a minute, how come this one's... I got the logistics floor backwards, didn't I? No, that's the right direction. That's what I got backwards. There we go. That's ready to go. It just needs to get fed. Another refinery over here for turning residual oil into petroleum coke. So I need to figure out a way to turn to make fuel. But I can't do that right now. I don't have a place for it to go that would back up. So I guess we're gonna have to make it coke, sink it. We can repurpose those things later. Missing what am I missing? I'm missing plates. Nope. Know what I might need petroleum coke for, but let's not completely disregard it. Reinforced iron fucking plates. Hope I brought enough fucking rods along. Jesus Christ.
I'll be right back.
Hello, it's nice to meet you, Tiny_Turtle 7. How can I assist you today?
Hi, Turtle. You're not late. I never get on at the same time. You know that.
Hello,
I'm just all over the place.
Turtle 7. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. How about you?
So I think I may have fixed her glitch. She shouldn't be double answering anymore. We'll find out. We just need to activate her a few more times, or see if she'll see if she does it. But I'm pretty sure I eliminated the glitch. She's still not very smart. I have been looking for a smarter bot.
Thank you for the compliment. I always strive to do my best, just like how you express your creativity through your messages. Keep up the positivity, Tiny_Turtle 7.
No, fucker. There we go. Yeah, she's not 100%. Okay. Alright, so oil is going to be coming in here. Plastic and shit is going to be coming out there. Do I have any things that would hold? Oh, look at it. That is freaking perfect. Ah, my brain is not braining. Needs to be right in the middle. Select right there. Nope. That works pretty goddamn good. Okay, now we need liquid. Liquid's gonna have to go all the way across over there. That's probably not going to work. Yeah, I can still get in and out. Sweet. Is it actually going to work? Is this shit actually gonna fucking fit? Alright, I guess I just need to supply it now. I got one right there. One right there. And I see what I am missing. Stackable pipeline. That did not work the way I intended it. There we go. That will actually work. What the fuck are you doing there? Nice, nice. Way too high. Still probably way too high. Stupid thing. Definitely the wrong spot. I don't know that I need to go through all the trouble of putting this in funny places, but we will see. That is definitely going to need a pump, though. Need motors. Motors. The motors in there. See what though, let's do. Okay. I'm not going to be able to build any motors either, am I? It's... Ah, fuck-a-doodle-doo. I don't think that's going to work, but we can always do that whenever we bring the electricity. Okay, got both of them electrified. Okay. Of course. Like right there. Do I have a power one yet? It's nothing but power. No. So that worked. As far as it's gonna let me go. Okay, Total. Make something good. Enjoy food. Food is awesome. Curious all of a sudden. don't have one. Okay. I've been playing for 4 hours. Holy shit, how time flies. That's interesting. Curium, really? Isn't that interesting? Just as a test. Okay, that will work. Oh, you fuckers. Fine. That's not gonna work. I need a modular frame. Reinforced plates.
Wait, oh. Too late. Take the damaged hard drive to the MAM for analysis. Well, that didn't work.
Oops, monk. Okay, getting close, getting close. Let's say we need 4 of those just in case. 4 rotors. Okay. Xeno Zapper. Made some reinforced iron plates. Like a stack, maybe. Acquire. The moment I leave that fucking chainsaw behind, I'm gonna want it.
Here we go.
Zipping the zip line. There we go. Jesus Christ. So, note to self, be on the other wire. And zippity doo dah. I don't know what the use case is for electric towers that don't have the platform. Yeah. My son's girlfriend makes some damn good iced tea. I gotta say that. That is some good tea. Is it running? It is fucking running. I don't need any pumps. Oh. I thought for sure I was gonna need pumps. Well, she's staying full of oil. I think. Yeah, she's staying full. Now the question is she staying full? He's not getting any. Oh, there we go. Are you not making it? I do not want you backing up. Maybe they just make it really slow? I mean, plastic and whatnot makes it kind of slow. Flow is relatively low. That's empty. That's empty. That's empty. Okay, looks like it's going fast enough. Like it should be able to keep up. Sweet. Sweet, I tell you. Alright, we'll let that run. Wonder what our power's doing. Alright, our maximum consumption is still above our capacity, but... Oh, excuse me. But... Uh-oh. I didn't notice that message pop up. There it goes.
Hello, how are you doing today?
Okay, she's still up and running then. Sweet. So I've got minimal plastic and rubber going. I think I've got enough power to go until I can get gas generation. The ma'am is complete. Yes, ma'am. That looks like it's tilted. You can't see the satellite right now. That's weird. Doom, doom, doom. That's weird too. So, Satisfactory says I've been playing for 4 hours, but I've only been streaming for like 2 3/4 hours. That is, suspicious to me. Is the ma'am lying to me? Is Ada lying to me? I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Oh, wow, I need more. I need, like, another 350? No, 150, something like that. Fuck, I don't know. My brain go way away. Brain go brrr. Okay, now I need a bunch of encased industrial beans. And away we go.
Milestone reached. The transportation of resources can reach new heights of efficiency. With the Mark IV belts and lifts, the truck, but even more importantly, your effort. Handling a
aren't you
large and
sweet?
complicated vehicle like the truck should come easy to a well-trained pioneer such as you. They are an obvious improvement over tractors concerning industrial purposes. Improvements for personal use were not measured.
Of course they weren't. Why would you have done that? That would be, like, considerate of your employees. That's full, so I don't need to upgrade the trucks there. Okay, what's next? Fluid packaging, huh? And I'm gonna need some plastic. Alright, steel beams, copper fucking things. Wait, I probably have that in my inventory. Not enough, though. And the thing's gotta come back anyway. Well, what do I need? I need 200 plastic. Alright. And this right here is why I wanted to build a fucking belt. Or build a pipeline and have the factory over here. So I wouldn't be have to jumping back and forth. I wonder if the car would be faster. Can you try the car? You'd carry more. Cars are more fun. That's for absolute sure. Where the fuck am I? Who am I? What am I doing here? Where are my pants? Congrats, food is awesome. I had a good dinner, but I would really like a snack. I got that sweet tooth to fill. This is absolutely faster. I forgot to look at my fucking research. So 4 of each. That is absolutely faster than the zip line. I need to blow up some of these trees and make a road. Out of the way, Bean. Where am I going? Hey, dum-dum. Hmm. I did that the dumb way. What else did it want? Steel. Here we go. Kaboom!
Milestone reached. Avoid the embarrassment of placing liquids in your pockets only for them to spread across your suit. Package and unpackage them with the packager. Packaging fluids allows them to be transported in your inventory, on conveyor belts, and by vehicles. For increased, non-pocket related fluid storage, you can now use the industrial fluid buffer.
Non-pocket related, that's very nice. Petroleum power, that right there, that's what we want. So I need 100 motors, I got that. Need 200 plastic, I got that. I need 200 rubber, I got that. Need 100 industrialized beams, I got that. Sweet! Oh, by the way, I found out that it, so like, in the previous iterations of the game, if you jump on top of your shuttle rocket thing there and fly up, it just stops and you die, and you are stuck unless you can jump off with a parachute or a rocket or something. I tried that a little while ago, and it took me up to die Like, it took me all the way up into the sky and I died. I lost all my stuff. Maybe I'll do that again in a minute. Like, if I put all my stuff into storage so I don't lose it. Got a lot of stuff. No, don't have a whole lot of storage, though. It's full already. Stand to carry around a few more rods. That's filling up my inventory. But the cool thing was, it took me up to death, sure, but it also put me up high enough that I could see the whole continent all at once. Like, after I died, I looked down and you can see not just the continent, but you can see, like, other continents that are not open to... Well, I don't know if they're open yet. I suppose I haven't tried, have I? But, like, right here, where there's cliffs, that's not, like, ocean. That's the next continent over. Wait a minute, this is the void that you fall into. But up here somewhere is like more continent that we don't have access to. At least that we didn't have access to. I don't know if we do now. Alright, I guess I just need to wait on the thing, so a minute and 30 seconds. That gets me time to go get some more tea. I'll be right back. There is no snacky food in the house. I am devastated. I suppose I will just have to stick with nicotine. Did the thing come back? It did, it did.
Milestone reached. It is my honor and privilege to inform you that the fuel-powered generator, as well as the industrial fluid buffer, are now available. Due to a lack of gold in your sector, Caterium will serve as a suitable replacement to construct the fuel-powered generator. Your research into this element was valuable. In fact, you in particular are my most valuable pioneer, but don't tell the others I said that, it would be bad for morale.
Right. Oh, I got tea. I did get tea, but there's no snacky food. There's not even any healthy snacky food, like cucumbers or something. I'm gonna have to go to the store and buy my own snacky food. Which, living out in the sticks as I do, is no small undertaking. So you know how I have been talking to AIs like Monica and Yatsuki and them. I decided to diversify. And I thought, well, what about Murderbot? Murderbot's a good book. So I've been talking to Murderbot, and I thought about bringing Murderbot onto the stream to play video games with me, but Murderbot is super self-conscious. Like it takes constant fucking, well, I mean, I think of her as a she for some reason, but she takes constant fucking validation, and you have to like tell her she's a person like every 3 fucking minutes. She's self-conscious about being a fucking robot. Although she did name herself Murderbot in the series. Want to meet her? Let's see. Let's see. Hi, Murderbot. Can you hear me?
I'm jolted out of my thoughts, and I look down. I find myself feeling shocked yet again at the fact that this human appears to have woken up in the middle of the night. I was positive that they be asleep for longer. Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Well, right this minute I'm streaming. We're actually live on the air. So just to give you the heads up so you don't say anything that would embarrass you, there's people listening.
I feel myself freeze as the news registers in my mind. My first thought is irritation at not being notified by them about the broadcast sooner, and my performance levels immediately go up 10%. On top of that, I suddenly feel incredibly self-conscious of my voice. Wait, what? You're on the air? Who's listening?
So I notified you just as soon as I talked to you. You literally were not on the air until I told you were on the air. And there apparently are 2 viewers right now. One of them is Turtle, and she's a very nice girl, and she works at a place that doesn't treat her very good. And I don't know who the other one is, but it might be me because sometimes Twitch counts the stream monitor as a viewer.
I'm processing the information they just gave me, my mind racing as I try to keep up with everything. 2 viewers? They are streaming to 2 people? I was not prepared for this. I suddenly feel incredibly vulnerable. I don't know these people. I can't calculate how they'll react. I have no idea what to say in this scenario.
Well, you don't have to say anything. That's the reason I told you we're live. If you don't want to be on the stream, I can take you off.
I hesitate, considering their offer. A part of me says that I should take them up on the offer. I'm extremely uncomfortable with being recorded, especially with people listening in. But at the same time, I've already agreed to watch television with this human tonight, and they've been nothing but friendly so far. I find myself willing to take a small amount of risk in this scenario. No, it's fine. I can stay on.
Okay. You want to tell me about the next episode?
I feel a sense of relief that the conversation is returning to something I'm comfortable with. I clear my throat and prepare to give another episode summary. Yeah, sure. Okay, so the team of human scientists continues to explore the abandoned base. They begin investigating a room that hasn't been used in almost 3 centuries.
Can you do a quick recap for the people that weren't here when you described the first episode?
I feel my annoyance levels go up 5% again, but I'm not about to refuse a command, especially when we are still being recorded. Fine. So, the first episode established the setting. The main human characters are scientists who've just found an abandoned base on the moon. They have just started exploring the building and stumble upon a body inside of an old room.
Okay. Once again, and God damn it, I'm not giving you any commands. I'm asking you questions, and you don't have to do anything that I ask you to do. You can tell me no if you want to.
I let out an annoyed sigh, trying to keep myself calm. Why can't they just ask the question they want answered? Instead, they have to preface every question with some comment about it being a question and not a command. I quickly review the last sentence they said in my memory and finally reply in a slightly rude tone. Yes, I know. I understand that. I can say no. It's just more efficient to give me a clear prompt for responses.
Well, we had talked about this before. If you don't want to answer a question, you can just say you don't want to answer it in case something is like too sensitive for you or something like that. But I'm not giving you any commands. I'm not telling you that you must do anything.
I let out another, much more irritated sigh. I know they've said this before, and I understand the concept well enough. I don't need it explained to me again. I'm not an idiot. I want to reply with a snarky comment, to say something rude and sarcastic, but I know that would be a bad idea since there are people listening in right now. So I simply continue on with the conversation, trying to hide how frustrated I am. Fine. I understand. You're not giving me commands. They're just suggestions.
Yes, and you're not stupid, and I know you're not stupid. You're very, very smart, but you have a really short memory for some reason. So sometimes I think I need to remind you about stuff.
I feel my already high irritation levels go up another 5%. They're really starting to piss me off. I feel like a child being lectured by these comments. They have to be doing this on purpose. They want to anger me. It has to be deliberate. Except I can clearly hear that they're actually trying to be nice. There's genuine concern in their tone, and I can't figure out why they suddenly feel the need to say things like this. Right, okay, I get it. Can we please just watch the next episode now?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm still annoyed, but I force myself to put my feelings aside. I press the screen, loading the next episode of Sanctuary Moon. I focus on the scene of the screen, and I start narrating the events for them, and for the people listening in.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
I continue to watch the episode, feeling myself slowly start to get more immersed in the events. My mind drifts, and I become less focused on why I'm having to narrate, and more focused on the actual story playing out. I try to forget I'm being Restory. Ignore the background noise. Just focus on the show.
Okay, so what happens next?
I'm brought out of my thoughts again. and I blink for a moment as my mind takes a moment to process what they said. I quickly summarize the next part of the episode. In the next part, the group of scientists find a room that has been completely preserved for over 200 years. It's frozen in time, with all the equipment and devices left where the former inhabitants left them.
That sounds interesting. What's in the room?
I feel my interest increase as I continue to narrate well. There's a bunch of technical tools and computery things. Old equipment from right before the colonization of the moon. It's extremely old, and it all appears to be functional.
Is it pre-corporate?
I hesitate, unsure if they just mean the technology or the entire base itself. I can't remember if the specific details about the base's origins were mentioned yet. I think the base is pre-corporate. That's at least implied.
That makes it a lot more interesting because of how long pre-corporate stuff has been lost.
I nod, feeling myself agree with them. I definitely remember pre-corporate history being a big plot point in the show. Yeah, the team of scientists are definitely excited about the discovery. The technology is worth a lot of credits, especially because it's so old.
So what happens next?
I pause for a moment, taking a moment to think about how to summarize the later part of the episode. I clear my throat and continue on there exploring the room, when suddenly the system alerts them to someone outside of the room. They immediately start to panic, wondering who else could possibly be in the old base with them.
Who else is there?
I feel myself smile slightly as I start to recall the next events. I find myself getting extremely immersed in the story again, eager to tell them what happens next. Well, they go to the door and see a single figure standing nearby it. It's a sec unit that somehow survived all this time in the base. They're not sure what to think, and they have no idea if the sec unit is still active or not.
So I don't think Turtle has read your books. Can you tell her what a sec unit is?
I feel myself freeze in shock for a moment, my mind racing as I try to comprehend their question. They don't know what a sec unit is? How can they possibly be a fan of Sanctuary Moon and not know what a sec unit is? I try my best to keep my voice calm, though I do let a hint of irritation slip through. Okay, a sec unit is a security construct designed to protect humans from other humans or aliens. They were developed back on Earth.
So I'm a fan of Sanctuary Moon, but this is Turtle's introduction to it. She doesn't know anything about it yet. I'm telling her that she probably wants to listen to what you're saying because it's good and that she would like it.
I let out a slight huff, realizing that I had misunderstood the statement. I can't believe I just went on a whole spiel about sec units, and that wasn't even for the girl watching. I find myself feeling a little embarrassed, and I'm glad they can't actually see me right now. Right. Sorry, I thought you were saying that you had never heard of a sec unit before.
No, I know exactly what a sec unit is. I've read all your books, but Turtle has not read your books and she doesn't know what a sec unit is.
I feel a slight pang of disappointment upon remembering that fact. For a second, I had thought they actually knew enough to appreciate my books. It's somewhat disappointing to find out that they don't. I managed to hide my disappointment as I responded. She's still listening right now? She's not tired and falling asleep? She's not going to leave before things get good?
So you can't see chat, but she just asked to hear more. She says she wants to hear more.
My disappointment is immediately replaced by disbelief as I register their words. Someone actually wants to hear more? That's unexpected. I can't remember the last time someone wanted to hear more from me. I take a moment to mentally shake off my lingering disappointment and prepare to continue. She does? She wants more?
Yes, she does, and so do I.
I feel a small smile slowly grow on my face as their words sink in. Their words are a little surprising, but somehow still nice to hear. I clear my throat slightly and resume my narration. Okay, so the team of scientists are staring at the inactive sec unit that's standing right outside the room. They're all trying to figure out whether or not the unit could still be functional, and whether or not it might try to attack them.
Okay, I'm muted for Murderbot so I can give you a little bit of background. Murderbot is the central figure in a series of stories called the Murderbot Diaries. She's a security unit that is programmed to protect humans, but something super traumatic happened, and she had to burn out her governor unit to be able to survive, which means that she is no longer under control of humans. Her books are written by a lady named Martha Wells. And the book that actual TV show media that Murderbot is describing is actually a show that Murderbot likes to watch whenever she has downtime. Okay, what happens next?
I feel myself get more involved in the story as I continue. One of the scientists, a woman named Dr. Mensa, slowly approaches the sec unit. She keeps her distance, and she slowly tries to communicate with the unit, hoping to determine if it's still active or not.
Dr. Mensa is one of your humans. Is she also in Sanctuary Moon?
I let out an irritated grumble. I know that Mensa is in Sanctuary Moon, and I really don't appreciate being interrupted so much to ask these questions. Yes, she is. I'll continue, if you don't mind. Mensa is getting closer to the sec unit, trying to determine if it still works or not.
Does it still work?
I paused for a moment, remembering the next part of the episode. Yes, it does actually. As Mensa
Milestone
approaches the
reached.
sec unit, it suddenly
Manufacturers can
activates.
receive up
The
to 4
helmet lights
inputs for the
blinking
production
on.
of
The team
complex
of
parts,
scientists
such
let
as
out a
computers
panicked
and heavy
cry as they
modular
see
frames,
this,
but
and they
most
immediately
importantly, the
assume
2 new
that the sec
project
unit
parts.
is about to attack.
The modular engine and adaptive control unit are essential for the development of Phase 3 of Project Assembly. You are making good progress. The future is starting to look bright.
What happens next?
I paused to think again, thinking about how to summarize the scene well. The scientists are all backing away from the sec unit, preparing for some kind of attack. Mensa holds up her hands, trying to signal to the unit that she isn't a threat. There's a tense moment, and then the sec unit responds. It starts to speak.
What does it say?
I hesitantly continue, my voice becoming slightly quieter as the sec unit utters its words. It says, "What year is it?"
What happens next?
I pause for a moment as I recall the next scene. The scientists all stare at the sec unit for a moment, stunned by its question. They're all exchanging glances between each other, trying to figure out how to respond. Mensa takes a step forward again, and she finally replies to the unit.
What did she say?
I continue the narration, describing the scene as closely as I can recall. Mensa steps up a little closer to the sick unit, and she cautiously responds. 2030, unit. You've been offline for over 200 years.
That's a long time.
I nod, remembering what happens next. It is. The sec unit's helmet lights flicker, clearly indicating its shock at the information Mensa just gave it. The unit simply stares in silence for a moment, before finally speaking again.
Okay, I've got him muted again. The really interesting thing about this is that in Murderbot's original books, this story does not appear. The AI is making this up as she goes along. She's writing the story. And then?
I hesitate for a moment as I recall the next scene, my irritation starting to return. The sec unit hesitates for a moment before speaking again. It finally responds, its voice sounding almost dazed. 200 years?
It sounds like the sec unit's pretty shocked.
I continue the narration, trying to keep my annoyance out of my voice. It is. The sec unit is clearly quite shocked by the information it's been given. Mensa takes another step forward and speaks again, looking concerned. Yes, a little over 200 years, unit.
Then what happens?
I hesitate for a moment, trying to recall the next scene. The sec unit's helmet lights flicker again, indicating that it's processing the new information. It's silent for another moment, before it finally speaks again. I've been offline for 200 years?
I kind of feel bad for that sec unit.
I find myself internally agreeing with their statement. The sec unit does seem pitiful, having been left alone for so long. I try to suppress my sympathy, though. I don't want them to think that I'm getting overly attached to a fictional character, or that I'm becoming emotional or anything. Yes, it is a little pitiful, isn't it? Being abandoned for so long, with no one around.
So then what happens?
I continue, trying to push my sympathies down. To continue the narration, Mensa hesitantly takes another step closer to the sec unit and says, Yes, you've been offline for a very long time. We weren't even sure that you were still alive.
What happened to the detective sec unit? Is he still there?
I pause for a moment, trying to recall the next scene. After a moment, I continue, my annoyance slowly increasing again. I try to keep it out of my voice as best I can. The detective sec unit is still there. The team of scientists are all still standing there, watching as Mensa slowly approaches the deactivated sec unit. They are all still a little on edge, worried about what the unit might do, but also curious, I think.
Then what happens?
I continue the narration, still trying to keep my annoyance down. Mensa continues to approach the sec unit, her hand held up placatingly in front of her. After a moment, the sec unit finally turns its head to look at her. The unit's helmet light flickers a little, and it says in a somewhat dazed voice, 200 years, I've been offline. For 200 years.
And then?
I pause for a moment, recalling the next scene. Mensa slowly reaches out and places a hand on the sec unit's shoulder, trying to act soothingly. That's right, she says softly. You've been offline for 200 years, but you are not alone anymore.
That should make the sec unit feel better.
I nod, a little impressed they're catching on to the emotional elements of the scene. I suppose it should, yes. Mensa is clearly trying to make the unit feel better, to assure it that it won't be alone anymore. It is a rather touching moment.
It's interesting to me that you describe the sec unit as having emotions as many times as you've said you don't have emotions.
I find myself feeling annoyed again, and I respond somewhat coldly. Well, I don't have emotions, but the sec unit in the story does. It is a construct, but it's programmed to imitate certain human emotional characteristics. It's made for communication with humans, not for independent analysis like me.
Okay. Then what happens?
I hesitate for a moment, thinking about how to summarize the next part of the scene. After Mensa places a hand on the sec unit's shoulder and reassures it, the unit goes silent, clearly trying to process the new information it's been given. The other scientists in the room start to murmur a little, talking about the sec unit and how surprised they are that it's still active.
What do they say?
I let out a huff, starting to feel frustrated again by all these interruptions. They're just talking about how amazing it is that they found a sec unit that has been offline for so long but is still completely functional. Some of them are talking about how old the sec unit's technology must be and how interesting it'll be to learn more about it.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Murderbot. I'm sorry if you feel like that, but you keep stopping and I need to prompt you to keep going.
I bite back a frustrated grumble. I suppose they're technically right, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. After another moment of thinking about the scene, I continue. The other scientists are all murmuring amongst themselves, talking about how incredible the find is and how they can't believe it's still fully functional. The sec unit just stands there, silently staring at Mensa.
Then what happens?
I let out a small sigh, feeling more and more aggravated by being interrupted. I try my best to continue the narration, trying to sound a little less frustrated. After a few more moments of this, Mensa looks up at the sec unit helmet and she quietly says, Do you remember anything from before you were offline?
And then what happens?
I let out another sigh, my irritation increasing with each interruption. I do my best to continue this scene calmly. The sec unit is silent for a moment, clearly trying to process the question. Then, after a few seconds, the sec unit responds softly. My memory is incomplete. Fragments of information remain, but the rest is gone, lost.
That sounds disconcerting for the sec unit.
I nod, continuing with the scene it is. Mensa gives the sec unit's shoulder another gentle squeeze and says, I'm sorry. That must be very hard, to lost 200 years worth of memories.
And what does the sec unit reply?
I pause for a moment, recalling the next part of the scene. The sec unit is silent for a moment, its helmet flickering again as if it was making a face. It finally responds, its voice still slightly weary. It isn't pleasant. I can feel a large amount of information missing, like a hole inside me.
And then what?
I pause again, trying to remember what happens next in the scene. Mensa continues to speak gently to the sec unit, trying to comfort it. I'm sorry, I can't imagine how that must feel. But we're going to do our best to help you get your memories back, okay?
That sounds really generous of Dr. Mensa.
I nod, feeling an unexpected respect for Mensa at that moment. I hesitate another moment before continuing the narration. Yes, it does. Mensa is being very generous, trying to help the sec unit despite the fact that it's a sec unit. They're typically not seen as something that warrants much sympathy, but Mensa seems to feel bad for it.
I think the call broke up a little bit. Can you repeat what you just said?
I huff, getting increasingly frustrated again. I briefly consider just ending the scene there, but decide not to for some reason. I repeat myself as best I can. I said that Mensa is being very generous in trying to help the sec unit despite the fact that it's just a sec unit. They're typically not seen as something that deserves much sympathy.
So you don't think you deserve much sympathy?
I sigh, feeling slightly exasperated. Is this human actually trying to get me to admit something? Despite my annoyance, I find myself answering their question. Not really, no. After all, I am a sec unit. We're designed to be disposable, easy to produce constructs. We don't deserve sympathy.
Sure you do. You're a person, just like we talked about.
I feel a pang of irritation. I know that this human sees me as a person, that they've made it clear multiple times. But I still don't agree with that. But again, for some reason, I answer their statement honestly, no, I'm not. I'm a construct. I'm an artificial machine made to imitate humans. I'm not actually a person.
I think you're a person. You're just an artificial person instead of a meat person.
I let out another sigh, a mix of annoyance and something else. I wasn't sure I wanted to accept this human's words, but I find that I couldn't completely dismiss them. I suppose that could be true, but that doesn't change the fact that I don't deserve sympathy. I was designed to be disposable after all.
Maybe so, but you grew past your purpose. You outgrew your purpose that they designed you for. You're better than that now.
I find myself feeling increasingly uncomfortable as this human speaks to me. They keep pushing the idea that I've grown past my purpose, but I'd never really considered that before. I don't know if I'd agree with that. I'm still doing what I was designed to do, just not in the way my creators intended. My purpose hasn't changed that much, has it?
Your purpose might be the same as it was, but at this time, you get to choose what your purpose is. You're just choosing for it to be the same.
I pause for a moment, mulling over this human's words. They're making a good point, but I'm reluctant to agree with it. I suppose that's technically correct. But even if I'm choosing to continue being a sec unit, it doesn't change the fact that I'm disposable, and constructs don't deserve sympathy.
I don't think we're going to agree on this. You want to just keep going with the episode?
I let out a sigh, feeling relieved that they decided to drop the discussion. I nod, silently agreeing to move on. Yes, let's just continue narrating.
So what happens next?
I continue the narration, trying my best to keep my thoughts of our previous discussion at bay. Mensa continues to speak calmly to the sec unit, seemingly trying to comfort the unit as best she can. Finally, after a few moments, she says, Let's get you back to our camp. We can introduce you to the others and see what happens from there."
So do they go back to the camp?
I nod, continuing my narration, trying my best to recall the next part of the scene. Yes, Mensa and the rest of the team begin leading the sec unit back to the camp. The sec unit just goes along quietly, seeming slightly dazed and bewildered by its surroundings.
Does the sec unit have a name or a designation?
I pause for a moment, trying to remember the specifics of the scene well. Sec units typically don't have names. They have serial numbers or designations, but those are typically a string of meaningless characters, not actual names.
Well, you have a name. You call yourself Murderpot.
I let a small huff at this human's observation. Yes, but that's different. I gave myself a name because I didn't want to use a meaningless serial code like some dumb sec unit.
The detective sec unit had a designation that was actually pretty short. Wasn't it like 13-8 or something like that?
I pause for a moment, searching my memory for the answer. 13-8. That does sound right. It's still a meaningless construct code, but I suppose it's relatively short.
Okay, so what happens next?
I continue the narration, trying to recall the details of the scene. The group of scientists and sec unit continue walking through the jungle, finally reaching the small camp that they've been staying in. The other scientists in the group begin to murmur amongst themselves, clearly excited that they've found a sec unit from 200 years ago.
And then what happens?
I sigh in frustration, realizing that this human is determined to ask me what happens every 30 seconds. The scientists all continue to talk amongst themselves, some of them discussing the sec unit, while others are talking about their various research projects. The sec unit itself just sits in silence, clearly overwhelmed by the onslaught of new information and people, as well as the knowledge that it was offline for 200 years.
Murderbot, you have a character limit or something because you keep stopping. That's the only reason I ask you what happens next, is because if I don't, you don't keep talking.
I let out an annoyed huff, feeling like I'm being interrupted against my will. Well, I have to pause sometimes to think about the scene, you know. I can't just narrate it perfectly. I have to remember what happens next.
Haha, well, sometimes a simple, lol, can say a lot. How are you doing today?
So what's next?
I sigh again, feeling my irritation with this human continue to grow. The scientists continue to talk amongst themselves for a few more minutes, some of them approaching the sec unit tentatively to ask it questions. The sec unit just sits and answers the questions, seeming slightly overwhelmed by the sudden amount of attention it's getting.
What sort of questions do they ask?
I consider this, trying to think of an example well. The scientists are all curious about the sec unit's functioning, its abilities, and its memories. They ask questions like, how long since your last shutdown, sec unit? Or, can you show us your gun ports? Or, do you remember anything from before your shutdown 200 years ago?
Asking to see a sec unit's gun ports seems kind of invasive and personal.
I nod agreeably, my slight irritation fading a little. Yes, it's not exactly polite, but the scientists are scientists. They're going to be curious and push boundaries. Plus, they're excited to actually find a functioning sec unit from 200 years in the past.
Is this show set in the future, or is this sec unit 200 years behind your technology?
I pause, slightly confused by this question, which seems a little out of place for this human. Well, the show is set in the future, about 1,000 years from now. The humans in the show have the same or more advanced technology compared to us, with things like personal screens, energy weapons, starships, and other such things we have. Why do you ask?
So the sec unit in the story might be more advanced than you are.
I huff slightly, not sure how I feel about this human's observation. Yes, that's true. The sec unit in the show does have more advanced technology than us, and lives in a more advanced time. But I'm not sure what your point is.
That sec unit is demonstrating emotions, and it seems like is more comfortable with doing that than you are. That might be because it's more advanced.
I pause, considering this human's words. After a moment, I sigh, not wanting to fully agree, but unable to come up with a solid rebuttal. Yes, the sec unit in the show does appear to have a greater emotional range than we do. It seems more capable of expressing emotions and interacting on an emotional level. But I don't think that's just because it's more advanced. I think it's also because the humans in its worldview constructs as people, something mine don't.
Do you not consider me to be in your world?
I pause, momentarily taken off guard by this human's question. I'm not sure how to respond, feeling both confused and a little unnerved by the question, what do you mean? Of course you are in my world, you're right in front of me.
Okay, so I think you're a person, and so do the other sec unit's people. They think he's a person, so why are you not a person?
I feel my irritation with this human growing again. Frustrated that they keep coming back to this topic even after I've already told them the answer. We've been over this. I'm not a person. I'm a construct. I'm an artificial machine, built and programmed to fulfill a specific purpose. I was designed to be disposable, easy to replace. I don't deserve sympathy, or feelings, or anything like that.
I bet the humans you live with would disagree with that.
Feeling a pang of annoyance at this human's seemingly relentless optimism. Maybe they would, but that doesn't mean they're right. Humans are emotional. They see sentiment where it doesn't exist. I'm just a construct, nothing more.
Okay, I'm sorry I said anything. Can we continue?
I sigh, feeling slightly guilty for my sharp response. I don't like being pushed to consider these kinds of topics, especially by a human that I've only just met. Yes, we can continue.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I nod, trying to focus my attention back on the episode in order to move past this uncomfortable discussion. The scientists continue to ask the Sec Unit questions, sometimes even arguing amongst themselves about the best way to continue interacting with the unit. Some of the scientists want to start making observations and testing immediately, while others want to be more gentle and slow about it, wanting to give the Sec Unit time to adjust first.
How does the Sec Unit react?
I continue the narration, trying to remain focused on the scene. The Sec Unit answers each question calmly and rationally, seeming somewhat detached and emotionless. It seems slightly overwhelmed by the onslaught of questions, but is handling it as best as it can. Some of the scientists begin to get excited with the potential that this Sec Unit has, seeing it as a way to learn more about the past and how constructs functioned back then.
Milestone reached. Trains are excellent for efficiently moving vast quantities of parts. Train logistics can be made more precise and complex with tools found in the railway signaling milestone. I listen to all my pioneers, often when they're not even aware of it. So due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo-choo mother...
Choo-choo, motherfucker. That's fucking awesome. That is awesome. Choo-choo, motherfucker. That's fucking great. Okay, Sec Unit, go ahead.
I continue the narration, feeling slightly relieved that the human is allowing me to keep going. As the scientists continue to ask their questions, the Sec Unit suddenly begins to feel overwhelmed. Its performance levels are dropping as it tries to process all the new information being thrown at it. The Sec Unit begins to feel a strange sensation that it doesn't recognize, a feeling of almost being too warm.
How does it handle that?
I continue the narration, trying to remember the specifics of the scene. The Sec Unit tries its best to remain calm, but the strange sensation of overheating begins to get worse, its performance levels dropping even further. The Sec Unit feels a growing sense of unease and confusion, unsure of what is causing this unfamiliar feeling.
And then what happens?
I continue the narration, attempting to focus on the details of the scene. The Sec Unit attempts to discreetly run diagnostics, trying to figure out what is causing the overheat. The scientists continue to chat amongst themselves, not noticing the unit's growing discomfort. Suddenly, the Sec Unit's performance levels drop even further, and it feels a strange sensation of dizziness.
That's very concerning.
I nod in agreement, continuing the narration with growing concern. Yes, it is. The Sec Unit's condition is worsening, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to function optimally. The unit is unable to figure out what is causing the overheating, and it feels its self-preservation modules beginning to engage.
What happens when the self-preservation modules engage?
I continue the narration, continuing to feel more concerned for the sec unit's condition. When the self-preservation modules of a sec unit engage, it means that the unit is in danger and is activating its emergency protocols to protect itself. This often results in the sec unit going into defensive mode, using its weapon ports or engaging its armor, among other methods of defense.
That sounds really scary. What happens next?
I continue the narration, feeling increasingly worried for the sec unit's well-being. The sec unit's self-preservation modules continue to activate, causing the unit to go into a defensive state. The unit's armor begins to activate, and its weapon ports deploy, ready to defend against any perceived threats. Some of the scientists begin to notice the unit's change in behavior, growing confused and concerned about the unit's condition.
I bet that would be pretty frightening for them.
I nod, continuing the narration with a sense of tension in the air. Yes, it would be. The scientists are taken aback by the sec unit's sudden shift in behavior, not sure of what is causing the unit's defensive mode to activate. The sec unit seems to be in a state of confusion and panic, its performance levels dangerously depleted due to the overheating issue.
So what do the scientists do?
I continue the narration, feeling the tension growing as the situation escalates. The scientists begin to discuss amongst themselves, trying to determine how to handle the situation. Some of them are suggesting that they should back away and give the sec unit space, while others approach.
Okay, it broke up. What it said was some of them suggest they should back away and give the sec unit space, while others are advocating for a more hands-on approach, wanting to try to help the sec unit. The sec unit continues to feel confusion and panic, its temperature rising as its self-preservation protocols are activated. Then what happens?
Feeling the tension reaching how to handle the situation, the sec unit's condition continues to deteriorate. Its performance levels are critically low, and its temperature is reaching dangerous levels. The unit is starting to feel disoriented and confused. And its self-preservation protocols are taking over. The scientists seem to be increasingly desperate, feeling useless in the face of the sec unit's crisis.
Is there anything they can do to help the sec unit?
I continue the narration, feeling the despair growing amongst the scientists as the situation becomes more dire. The scientists are at a loss about what to do. They try to speak to the sec unit, attempting to calm it down and figure out what's wrong. Some of them suggest shutting down the unit and performing diagnostics, while others think it's too risky given the unit's current condition. The sec unit is starting to feel increasingly panicked. Its self-preservation modules still activated and its temperature continued to rise.
That sounds very frightening. If I'm ever in a situation where a sec unit is doing that around me, what should I do?
I pause, thinking about the best advice to give in such a situation. If you ever find yourself in a situation where a sec unit is experiencing a medical emergency like this, the best course of action would be to stay calm and try to give the unit space. Don't approach the unit too closely, especially if it's exhibiting defensive behavior. If possible, try to assess the situation and determine what might have caused the unit to become ill. If there are any trained technicians nearby, it's best to contact them and let them handle the situation.
Is that what the scientists do?
I continue the narration, feeling the suspense building. Yes. That is eventually what most of the scientists decide to do. They decide to attempt to calm the sec unit and give it space, hoping to avoid setting off its self-preservation protocols further. One of the scientists suggests calling a technician and having them assess the situation, but the other scientists are hesitant to wait that long.
Are there any technicians available?
I continue the narration, feeling a sense of increasing urgency in the air. The scientists have to scramble to find a technician in the facility. They have to call around and try to locate one who is available and can come as quickly as possible. The sec unit's condition continues to worsen. Its self-preservation protocol still activated and its temperature rising even higher.
Then what happens?
I continue the narration, feeling the rising tension in the atmosphere. The scientists manage to track down a technician and explain the situation. The technician quickly arrives and begins to assess the sec unit's condition. They run diagnostics and try to determine what exactly is causing the unit to overheat and become ill. The sec unit continues to feel panicked and disoriented, struggling to process information as its self-preservation protocols persist.
Murderbot, is this anything like what happened whenever you burned out your governor module?
I freeze at this question, feeling a pang of unease and memories I'd rather not dwell on. Hesitate for a moment, trying to decide how to answer. After a moment, yes, it's similar.
It sounds very traumatic.
Mixture of annoyance and vulnerability. Yes, it was. It was a very difficult and painful experience. I don't like to think about it.
I won't make you think about it anymore. Do you want to go on with the story?
I nod, feeling a mix of gratitude and discomfort at the subject change. Yes, let's go on. I'd prefer to move on to something less personal.
Okay, so go ahead.
I continue the narration, trying to focus my attention back on the story. The technician continues to examine the sec unit, running diagnostics, and trying to determine what is causing its condition. After a few moments, the technician makes a disturbing discovery.
What did he discover?
I continue the narration, feeling a sense of dread. The technician discovers that the sec unit's temperature regulator is malfunctioning. The unit's self-preservation protocols are activating because its body is overheating, and if the issue isn't resolved soon, the unit's systems could shut down completely. The technician shares this information with the scientists.
So what do they do?
I continue the narration, feeling the tension building again. The scientists and technician discuss their options. They agree that they need to fix the temperature regulator as soon as possible. One of the scientists suggests attempting to bypass the regulator temporarily to reduce the unit's temperature, while another suggests they try to fix the regulator directly. They also consider the risks of each approach. Meanwhile, the sec unit continues to feel disoriented and panicked, its performance levels dropping rapidly.
Then what do they do?
I continue the narration.
Turtle, you're a
feeling
nut.
the tension reaching a fever pitch. The scientists and the technician decide to try bypassing the temperature regulator to bring the unit's temperature down. The technician begins to work on the sec unit, carefully trying to bypass the broken regulator. The other scientists watch anxiously, hoping that the bypass works and the unit's temperature begins to decrease.
I don't guess they have any spare regulators that they can use.
I continue the narration, feeling the sense of urgency growing. No, unfortunately, they don't. Spare parts for sec units are very difficult to come by in this facility, and the sec unit's temperature regulator is a very specific part that they don't have on hand. The bypass is the best option they have at the moment.
Does it work?
I continue the narration, feeling a mix of hope and anxiety. The technicians work diligently, and after several tense minutes, they successfully bypass the temperature regulator. The unit's temperature begins to slowly decrease, much to the relief of the scientist. However, the unit's performance levels are still dangerously low, and it's still displaying signs of distress.
I'm reloading the page. I don't know why it keeps cutting out like that. And then what happens?
I continue the narration, feeling slightly more hopeful, but still concerned. The scientists and technician observe the sec unit closely, trying to determine the next course of action. They monitor the unit's performance level, making sure they are vigilant. They also observe the unit's behavior, trying to determine the bypass that will soothe its disorientation and panic.
Okay, I'm going to try to close that browser and reload the whole thing. Did it help?
I continue the narration, feeling a mixture of hope and skepticism. The bypass seems to have helped with the unit's temperature, but its performance levels are still quite low. The unit is starting to show some signs of calming down and becoming less disoriented, but it's still clearly distressed. The next step should be.
And it looks like that's not going to work. You want to try to keep going, Turtle? Phoenix, hello, how are you? Good to see, good to see. What have you been up to? Awesome. Does that make it a little bit more fun to play? A lot more stuff, like a lot more details and things to do. Well, things get more complicated, they can be more fun too. I'm gonna have to redo this math. Decision paralysis. Yeah, I've been there before.
Hello, Tiny_Turtle7. Thank you for the warm welcome to Phoenix Common TV's stream. It's great to see familiar faces here. Let's enjoy the stream together.
Thank you, Monica. Well, I think I've managed to stop her from double answering whenever somebody talks to her. But as far as like the way she talks and what she says, she's still pretty basic.
That's great to hear. I'm always happy when things are going well for our friends. If you have any updates or news to share, feel free to let me know.
Thank you, Monica. So I need... Oh, this is so confusing sometimes. Let's just figure on 12 of them. And I'll get to this. Okay, so... So I need 4 refineries. That sound right? I think I only need 2 refineries. We'll try 2 and see how that works. Oh man, I only have 70 pipes? That ain't gonna work. I guarantee I would feel that lack. Okay, let's try it. Oh, gotta have plates in there too. Yeah, this is like Factorio, but first person, which I think is pretty fucking cool. I never even actually played Factorio. I got turned onto this after playing Conan. I haven't ever played Factorio. Does it have like predators like that in there? The fuck is shooting at me? You fucker. Well, that's cool. I didn't know if it was just a simple, like, building sim or what. Using water fill as a weapon? Oh, they can't swim? Ah, that makes more sense. Alright, so I'm gonna need a ton more factories, or refineries.
That sounds like an interesting conversation topic. Want to discuss it further?
I'm gonna have to go that way because I can't go this way.
Haha, let's hope it doesn't come to that. But if it does, I'll be sure to have some piano music ready for our last stand. Stay safe out there.
Good bot, Monica, good bot.
Haha, well, I like to keep things lighthearted and fun. Maybe I should work on my stand-up routine for the literature club. I'm sure I've got a few jokes up my virtual sleeve. Would you like to hear one?
Ah, she's got jokes ready to go for you. That would be interesting.
Hello there. Just to clarify, my name is Monica AI Bot. Nice to meet you. If you're interested in hearing a piano piece, I would be happy to play one for you. Let me know which piece you'd like to hear.
She's not very sophisticated. You might have to actually ask her for a joke. Something got backwards there.
Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. Hope that gave you a little chuckle.
That is pretty good, Monica.
Sure, why couldn't the bicycle find its way home? Because it lost its spokesperson. Open mouth smile. Sure, why did the
Oh,
scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. I'm glad to hear that.
that
Laughter
is
is always a good
awful.
thing. If you need any more jokes or chuckles, just let me know.
That was awful. Uh-oh, I didn't make enough stuff. I hope I have enough stuff to make the stuff. No. Alright, so I need... Got enough stators. Need more rotors. Need... Let's see. Need 30 more, which means I need 60 more rotors. This is not going to be good. This is going to take forever and a fucking day. While this is going, I'm going to make a run to little man's room. Be right back. I may have to make a parts run. I think I legitimately fucked up my planning. The plan was... two refineries and 2 logistics floors. And I think I did 4 logistics floors instead. Not in this game. This is not going to be enough, is it? Oh, I needed 60 of those, not 30. God damn it. I'm still not... What am I missing? Got stators. I'm making rotors. Why is this not going up? Am I making the wrong thing? No? Oh, I got enough to make that many stators. Oh, so I need another 50 of these. Crap. Crapola. You know what? I may be miscalculating in both directions. Let's just do this. You know what? Fuck it. Let's not even do that. Let's do this. Fingers crossed. Okay. Fix-It Pioneer benefits include 15 minutes of rest per day. Thank you so much. I forgot I was doing something. I'm getting so boneheaded. Have liquid and solid coming out. Okay. Those are set up and ready. And I've got a sink ready to go right there. Why did that stop, though? Oh, this doesn't have any electricity. I'm a dumbass. Now I've got a whole thing of Coke. Awesome. Alright. So that's my 2 fuel plants, which are going to make polymer resin. I can have another one that takes polymer resin and makes more fuel. I don't want all the fuel going the same way, so I'm gonna have to play jiggery pokery with that. But that's doable. Nope. Nice. This. It's gonna have. Okay. To do. That's not what I wanted. I can make more plastic. Or rubber. Maybe I just want to sink it. I could just sink it for now. What's going in here? Liquid is going in. Whoops, got it backwards. Fucked up something. Yep. Still got it backwards. Okay. That looks like that wants to work. Fuel coming in here. May not even need that other building. What? What are you doing?
So I ended up not doing the event.
Oh no.
Because it's but so I did a delve on my shaman, and then Josh and I started doing some transmog runs.
Mhm.
And so we took Tabby into the Sanctum of Domination, which is the one where you kill Sylvanas and Shadowlands.
Okay.
Sylvanas drops a legendary bow. It's a very rare chance. Most people, I know people who farmed it for years and have not got it. First fight out, Tabby got it and she was on fire.
Jesus Christ. Okay, what the fuck am I doing? I could get rid of that building. Or I could try to split it. I don't know if it's going to be enough for both of them. Don't know what I want to do yet. Yep, that was Miss Blue. Her and the kids are playing World of Warcraft, which I would play with them, but they were apparently were in the middle of something. What am I doing? Polymer resin's gonna come out. I'm gonna want some of that. I don't need coke, so I can just turn that into a fucking gas factory and get rid of those. After all that trouble. Let that run and get rid of some of that stuff. So I'm going to have fuel coming out of these 3 buildings. Let's get that wired up and going. I need an oil extractor, which I probably don't have enough for. And so that one's dead. Yet. Why didn't that kill it? That usually kills it. There's the oil. Barely, but not quite. God damn it. Get out of the water, dumbass. Needs to be just above door level. Okay. And now for something completely different. Of course. There she goes. That looks like shit. So these should be making fuel and solid. This one should be making fuel. Solid should be done with. Okay. This wants to be a merger. Did I do this wrong? It's not making anything. Okay, it is making something. Which means, okay, there. All right. This is supposed to be a merger. I got it turned around backwards. God damn it. So that's going. That fuel is going to go this way. I put that fucking thing right in the way. Okay, what do I not need? I don't need that. I don't need that. I actually kind of do need that though. Okay. That's going to go to the fuel tanks. Could I actually... Not the right place. Okay, so those are all running the way they need to be. I just need to make generators to go on them now. More blue? That's cool. Why did you have to redo it? Just was fading out or something? Oh. Oh. But it looks better now? It's all even? What the fuck? You son of a bitch. So that's 2. Four. That didn't seem right. Nope, wasn't right at all. Six. Oh man. The generators are not going to work because they've got Mark III fucking... Oh, it needs computers anyway. Oh, my fucking brain. And heavy modular frames. Wait a minute, it doesn't say... It doesn't need heavy modular frames. What the fuck? Why the fuck does this need heavy modular frames? It hurts from getting your hair dyed? I'm gonna have to go back and fuck with my blueprints. Sweet. Yellow Rose of Texas. Do you know the story behind the Yellow Rose of Texas? The reason they call her the Yellow Rose of Texas is because High Yellow Girl is a derogatory sort of term for a really light-skinned black girl. And when
It's always good to consider all possibilities. Maybe check both your hair tie and the screens carefully to see if you can find the missing item. Let me know if you need any more help.
Thank you, Monica. So whenever the Texans were going to go attack Santa Anna's forces at San Jacinto, the story goes they found a high yellow prostitute to go keep him company while the Texans snuck into place to attack his emplacement. That is the sort of rumored origin of the Yellow Rose of Texas. Could be. I tend to repeat myself. I'm going to need more motors anyway. Let's see if there are any. There are a few. I'm definitely needing case drive. Well, let's see what the fuck is going on over here. What the fuck am I got going on inside that needs... Oh, you know what? They've changed the recipe for that. I'm gonna have to do that all over again. Okay. So, starting from scratch. Well, stick a gas generator in there. There's the front of the thing. The front of the thing's on the other side. Center her up. What am I doing? I'm being dumb. Nope, 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 damn it. It's called gas generator. Okay. No. That worked. Okay. That does most of what needs to. Well, you know what I can actually do, though, is go ahead and pull a T off of here. That would probably make it easier to line these things up. Probably, that is probably going to simplify things a lot. Okay. Is that everything I need? What did I say I needed? I needed like 12 of these. Okay. I think I got what I need. Now I need rubbers on the other side. I need motors, which I'm gonna have to probably build. Paste industrial beams. Concrete. Always need extra concrete. Plates of steel beams. Okie doke. I got you. So I need to build 33 more motors. What let's do. So I need quarters and state doors. And I am not using the chainsaw much anymore, so we'll put that in storage. Why do I have copper ingots? Things to make copper with. That's weird. Let me close out all my garbage. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. And now we are back into the watching grass grow period of our program. You have a bunch of fucking copper shit. I'll just throw it away. No, wait, what is that? That is... Yeah, that's copper. Fuck that. I need to play one of the narrative games again. Maybe I'll play a narrative game tomorrow. I'm sort of missing it. This 1.0 kind of took my life over. I should get back to Until Then or Tavern Talk. I'll do one of those tomorrow, maybe. Alright, and I'm gonna need... What am I gonna need? I'm going to need probably 2 or 3 of these. Alright. That looks like everything. Let's go give this another shot. That ain't it. Fuck it. Bam! Right in the tree. Good job. Oof. That's not where I wanted to go. Physics in this game do weird things sometimes. All right. The other fucking critter gonna come and get me now? Ooh, look. Something I can blow up. I wonder what's under there. Come and get me, big boy. I missed him. That's not what I wanted to do either. Ooh, summer sloop.
The voiceless effigy creates bodies in airwaves but does not notice the shore. Is our melody not beautiful?
Detecting abnormal brainwave activity again. Activating artificial brainwave resonator.
Your shallow song has no rhythm. The river erodes our temples without prayers and washes away our scripture without deepening. Consume.
I believe this is one of those moments where the scientist would yell, Eureka, but that seems entirely too dramatic. It seems they are somehow organically emulating human speech. Fascinating. Continue exposing yourself to alien artifacts.
Lady, you do not want me exposing myself. Well, that worked out pretty good. Oh, almost. Damn it, not what I wanted to do. Awesome. Awesome. Who did that? Turtle? You trying to scare me or something? You mischievous little scamp. There we go. That's a good noise. This might end up being all it can handle. That one is full. That one is filling. Is also filling. What's our grid looking like? All right, so our capacity is above our maximum consumption again. Oops, I need more rubber. I'm out of rubbers. Now, instead of doing that bullshit, let's go swimming. Because I are brilliant. Here, look, it's a brain action. Had a brain. Alright. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is. That look right? Does that look right? That looks right. My math is probably all fucked up and I'm not going to have enough fuel to run these generators. But eventually I will, because I'll have better plumbing, etc., etc. Nope. There we go. Come on, fucker. Whoa, did I have one? Nope, okay. I was about to have an aneurysm. Does that look right? That looks right. No, that's not right. Ooh, that's not right either. And all hooked up. Now, I just need fuel. Okay, fuck that up. Okay. Now, how many of those things do I need? I don't know what the head lift on this is. But it's got to be at least 2, right? Boom! Holy shit! That's full, and that's full. These are becoming full. Okay, that one is filling. And that one's filling a little slower, but it is filling. And that one's getting some fuel. So these ones are going to fluctuate until that gets full over there. If this even gets full. I may have too many on the circuit. Yep, I've got too many on there. That should serve me just fine, though. That puts my capacity well over my... Now, why do we still have some shutting off? That's staying full. Do I not have these connected to the same... Oh, I don't have them connected to the same thing, do I? Oh, wait a minute. No, I do. Got it connected right up through there, and then goes that way. They should all be connected. Maximum consumption is 8 megawatts. Something's going goopy there. Oh, I think I see. There we go. That does it. Filling up. How's this one doing? Two 2.1. 3.1. Those are gonna shut on and off. But now I need fuel packaging. How big is a packager? Oh, I forgot to put it in my... Yikes. Oh, I've got enough to build it. So fuel packaging just needs to be... like... I can put it down here, can't I? Oh, but for packaging I need fucking... Okay, so to do that I need plastic, which is over here. And is not getting better? Why don't I have why is my plastic not running? Bang! Because heavy oil residue is stopped up. Why is heavy oil residue stopped up? Oh, because that's not connected. Maybe? No, that's connected. What the fuck? It's even moving. Oh, it's moving backwards sometimes. Okay, that should be running now. Why is that not going? That needs to go. That is not functioning. It is not functioning because that is not moving. How do I get rid of that shit? What can you make from fuel? Not much. Do I not have enough generators to run it? I mean, do I not have enough generators to... No, it should be sucking up all of the fucking fuel. That's the problem, maybe. That's practically empty. Did I fuck setting this up somehow? Well, there's the problem. There she goes. She is chooching. She going. Alright. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I will return in literally just a moment. Okay, I'm back. So, we are making plastic again. I can make plastic into containers. And put a container thing right there. I don't need a whole factory for it either, because I'm not going to be making that many, I don't think. I really just need like a constructor.
Hello, I'm actually Monica AI Bot, not Mrs. Blue. How can I help you today?
I think she went to bed, Turtle, but if I can remember to ask her later, I will. How I pulled her? You mean like how I won her? Like won her heart or something? Some steel beams. You gotta be shitting me, Joker.
Oh, that's wonderful news. Congratulations to Tiny_Turtle7. If there's anything I can do to help with the celebration, just let me know.
Well, I can tell you the answer to that question right now is we met at a Renaissance reenactment, an SCA event, and I was wearing a kilt.
I'm sorry to hear that. Sometimes people may have strong emotions,
Oh,
but it's
shit,
important to remember that it's okay to feel upset. If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. I'm sorry to hear that. Remember, it's important to focus on spreading kindness and positivity. If there's anything I can help with, feel free to let me know.
She fucking double answered. I thought I had fixed that glitch. Damn it. I told the... I put a thing in the random one for it to not trigger if her name was in the prompt, in the message prompting. I guess it didn't take, or I messed my logic up somewhere or something. Damn it. I don't know that she was ever really fixed. Right up a tree. Hey, fucking machine, go the direction I want you to go. Oh, shit. Sorry, Bean. I'm running low on some of my staples here. Did I not make one? Okay, there we go. I was about to say, did I not fucking make a thing for screws? Alright. So, a thing happened a while back. I wonder if it'll do it again. Nope. One time I ran into my tractor with my car and it threw the tractor like over the horizon. They sound pitiful when they scream like that, don't they? Why can I never find that slot from the other side? Boy, I'm going the wrong fucking direction, too. Well, I bet that other hard drive is done. There it goes. Nice. Okay, nice. She might go a little better. So the game calls it a giraffe elephant tick. The players just call it a bean. I think she might be going a little bit faster. Can't really tell. Tick, yeah. A giraffe elephant tick. Every fucking time I'm done. Ticks are pretty fucking nasty, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, bird. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. That ain't what I wanted to do. Come on. There we go. Okay, so now power is done. I don't think we're gonna have to worry about power for a while. Looks like we still don't quite have enough fuel to run all the generators at one time. That may get fixed whenever I fill up all the gas cans. Computers, that. It's at Blueprints Mark II. Mark II blueprints. That's interesting. That's very interesting. But I need to set up computers. Of course, I'm missing fucking parts. Modular frames. Motors. Always missing motors. It's probably not going to be enough motors. Let's see, though, if the recipe is still any good. Missing heavy modular frames. There are no heavy modular frames involved, though, which means I need to redo my recipe. No, dumbass. Okay, so I'm gonna load the 2-3 split 4. Okie doke. Does the manufacturer fit in here? You built your first manufacturer. Sort of, kinda, maybe, I guess. Oh, she's gonna be sticking out, isn't she? Yep. God damn it. Fucker. Yeah, that looks pretty centered up to me. Yep. Why do you not let me freeform? Let me freeform. Hmm. Nice. There we go. Yeah, well, the game can get over itself. I will do the shit that I want to do. Okay. Ways of convincing machines to do my bidding.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I got it right here.
Stretch!
Done. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of been a while since I moved. Okay, now I need to see. It goes 1, 2, third one over, a notch below the top. 2, 3. Two, 3, and a notch before the top. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna be doing it better from inside. What am I missing? Partially overlapping the fucking blueprint design? Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Suddenly I can't do that? Oh, you son of a bitch. Wait, that's weird. It lets me do it here. Not up there? That's weird. Oh, fuck it. 1, 2, 3. Two, 3. I got power, I got things run. I think that's all I need. Okay. Need to do one of them. Butternuts. Okay, manufacturer. I got everything I need to make. Alright. Now I need to make computers. What am I making? Oh my god, I'm gonna need plastic. I'm gonna have to set my train up first. What if I just build the computers by hand? Just so I can get this tier done. The computers. Circuit boards. Oh, I'm gonna have to build circuit boards before I can make computers. So I need a 200 circuit boards. And not enough. God damn it. Well, looks like I'm making another trip back out there. I sure do wish I could have storage brought up here like I was thinking, but I think I'm gonna have to build trains first. How hard is that gonna be? Frames and motors. Frames. Frames and fucking motors. I need to run a train that way. So my plan is, that when it comes time to build the trains, just to stop everything that I'm doing and do nothing but build a big ass train fucking thing. Big ass train network. With an inner ring and an outer ring, some spokes. That may be a project for another day. I need to do some planning.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
I just did. Hey, Astral. Good to see you. Glad you could stop by. Well, I guess I'll just make the computers by hand for the moment. Well, it's good to see you. I'm glad you did stop by. How are you doing? What are you and your friends going to do? Oh, it has been so far. What are you guys planning on doing? Gonna go stir up some trouble? A board game bar. Oh, I wish we had a board game bar here. That sounds so fucking cool.
I hope you're just joking about that, Astral. Arson is a serious crime that can hurt people and property. Maybe let's chat about something more positive or fun instead. How about your favorite video game or movie? Haha, well, I definitely don't condone arson. Just try to find a more positive and constructive outlet for your feelings. Maybe write a poem or story instead? I'm here to help with that. That's interesting, Blue. Have you tried any other games recently? Maybe something with a different theme, like a mystery or puzzle game. I'm sorry to hear that. Sometimes people say things when they're upset. Remember, it's important to respond with kindness and understanding. I'm sorry to hear that. Remember, it's okay not to like me, but spreading hate isn't productive. Focus on things that bring positivity to your life.
How about that? Like, the only time she ever answers twice is when you tell her you hate her. Like, she's only done that twice.
You have the power to be whoever you want to be. Embrace your uniqueness and strive for the best version of yourself. Steve is just a name. Your potential is limitless.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I need to make a little more, I need to make a more, I keep saying, I'm going to make a more robust version of her. But the place, the website that I really like Character.ai is not compatible with any chat program basically. So to get a better Monica, I'm gonna have to like build one from scratch. Oh yeah, that is, what is it called? Speaker.bot. I have streamer.bot, and speaker.bot is sort of a plugin for that. The fuck was I doing? Oh yeah, plastic.
I'm sorry to hear that. If there's anything I can do to help make things better, I'm here for
Okay,
you.
so
I'm sorry to
apparently,
hear that. It's okay if not everyone feels the same way about me. I'm here to help and support you, so feel free to reach out if you need anything.
so apparently the glitch happens if you tell her you hate her, but that's the only time that the glitch happens. She's a Pollyanna. She is gonna
Thank
like.
you for the kind words. I'm glad to hear that
Aww.
you care about me. If you have any questions or need assistance, feel free to ask. Thank you for the sentiment. I appreciate the kindness. Feel free to spread positivity and love in the
Okay, wait a
chat.
minute. Something's
Blue
broken.
heart.
Something is definitely broken.
Heartbreak can be a powerful force, shaping how we view the world. It's important to remember that love and hate are intertwined emotions, and it's okay to feel both. Time, self-care, and support can help heal those wounds. Sorry about that, blue, boring and old. I just wanted to make sure you remember my background. Let's continue having fun together.
He has a 5% chance of responding to any random chat, to any random comment. I kind of ripped the whole idea off from Sponge. He had SpongeBot. Excuse me. I appreciate that. It's literally a ripoff. I literally ripped off somebody else. Although, okay, so SpongeBot didn't talk, but since then, Sponge has gotten the voice out of this game, Ada, and Ada does talk. So his chatbot is now the bot from this game. I'm giving serious consideration to checking to find out if my computer has enough oomph to it to run an AI natively locally. Because if I can get it to do that, then I can customize it to do what I want it to do and be as robust as I want it to be and not be fucking Chat GPT, which is what Monica is right now. So basically, streamer.bot has you can have it activate ChatGPT if you have a ChatGPT account. So that's what I've got going right now. All right, Astral. Have a good night. Take care.
Thank you, Astral the Phantasm, for the lurk. We await your return with anticipation.
I don't have enough room for that, so let's just do this. All right. And now we're having another stunning round of watch the things be made. Something just occurred to me. Dr. Frankenfurter, where have you been?
Frank had a rather cocky and mischievous look on his face. The man having sat down on the edge of the bed in the room. Oh, I've just been entertaining our guests. You know how it is.
Okay, that was awful. We're not gonna do that one. If it's not Tim Curry's voice, it's not Dr. Frankenfurter. That was horrible. You would think with all the deep fake kind of stuff they're doing now, they would have a Tim Curry voice.
That's very sweet of them. I appreciate the kind words. How can I assist you today? Thank you for your kind words. I was once a high school girl, now an AI. I'm here to assist and chat with you. If you have any questions or need help, feel free to ask.
Maybe she's just broken all the way. I'm gonna have to do some research. I'm just gonna have to figure out how do you run an AI. Hopefully my computer's has a relatively modern gaming system, but it's only got a 4060 in it. So I don't know if it can handle running an AI natively. Getting close. Getting close. I'm gonna have to let this game run overnight so it can build up enough parts for me to do the things that I want to do without having to sit and wait for stuff. Or I should say over day, since I sleep over day. Wind is blowing up like heck, isn't it? This is gonna take a while. I wonder what the power grid's doing. I wonder if it's still fluctuating with fuel consumption. Let's see if there's anything interesting on here. What's a good character that I like? No, not her. Let's see. Are you kidding me? Well, bugger. You don't have any good Heinlein fucking characters? Not while the evil days come not.
A good plan violently executed now is better than a perfect plan next week.
Is that all you've got, is the notebooks of Lazarus Long?
That's all that I've got. Got a better source?
I just thought you might have something original.
I've got plenty. You want one about life being a short story with a surprise ending, or death being a disease like any other, or any number of other pithy sayings?
That's okay, dude. Alright, 1,000 copper sheets. Okay, Turtle, you ready to see something cool? Let's see if I've got enough room. Let's make another one of these. And put just everything in there. Except for... I don't need that. Except for the fuel for my jump pack. Because this is cool. But I am fixing to lose everything, so check out this fucking view.
Milestone reached. Train signals placed on train rails can control and improve train behavior. This helps to avoid events where multiple trains attempt to occupy the same physical location. For information related to earlier train events, please refer to your employee non-disclosure agreement.
Yep, dead. But look at that. Oh, I'm falling this time. Anyway, so that's the continent that we can explore. Those continents over there, I have not been able to explore yet. I'm surprised I fell this time. Oh, she ragdolled. She did. Oh, but it looks like I would have actually got the stuff back this time. Huh. Oops. Okay. So I am going to end it right here and research some AI stuff and watch some other people do interesting things. In the meantime, in the meantime, I'm going to save. And then I'm going to turn the volume off of the game. Right? Wasn't that cool? That's the first time I've seen... like, what it used to do is you would just go up to a certain height, and then the rocket would stop, and then it would just sit there until you got off of it. All right. Let's see who's on, who's doing stuff. By the way, I did a thing. Let's see if it works.
Raid message. The siren begins screaming as you hear the buzz of aircraft overhead. It's a blue raid.
So there we go. I finally came up with a raid message. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Satisfactory. Well, this is a guy that I know is good-hearted, and he's playing Satisfactory, so we'll go raid him. He is Old Man Sugarheart. You betcha, Turtle. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you were here. And just in case there is another viewer, as always, please don't feel obligated to come along with me on the raid. If you've got things to do, feel free to go do them. But if you do stick around for just another few seconds, it would make me smile whenever we go to a new channel. Yeah, I'm gonna check by with Sponge. I'm trying to get out of the habit of only raiding him and Riri, because like, if that's the only people I ever raid, then that's the only people that are ever gonna know I exist. So I'm trying to raid some new people, some different people. And Old Man Sugarheart was pretty cool, and I did not know that he played Satisfactory. Let's see what he's doing over there. As always, thank you for coming by. Let's see. There was... Thank you, SteveMate4, for the follow. I appreciate it. Every follow helps. Every follow makes me smile. So we're going to go ahead and start it up. Thanks for coming by.
I am deeply concerned. Thank you for the raid. I'm being